Yeah, I'm gonna send the link to all of you. But since we are here, please let's not waste bandwidth watching ourselves. We are here. Let others watch us. So don't waste bandwidth watching yourselves. This will be recorded, guys. It's recorded, so you can always watch it afterwards. You are live right now. The whole world can see what you're doing right now. Okay. You need speakers? Still on. So guys, we have after this funny, very important interruption because Brent and Philip are leaving, we have the last speaker. Although many of you are missing. I guess they went to talk with Philip and Brent, I guess. But it's okay. So, but we introduce our last speakers that will be around also for the rest of the day, and it's important you follow it because it's about the other topic of the hackathon. So listen carefully because you have to choose which of the two topics you will follow up. Okay, so.
Well, I will be introduced. So I will introduce Dr. Bim. Dr. Bim is the founder of Practical Education Network, which main focus is delivering hands-on experiential science STEM, altogether to rural schools across Africa. So she's done it in Tanzania. So they've done it in Tanzania, and she'll be here in Ghana with the Fab Lab, Saturday as well. And out of that came the D Lab 13, which is also now running in Ashanti region. So she's very well versed in STEM activities in rural Ghana. So she'll be sharing some ideas that's happening in STEM in rural communities with emphasis on girls and how we tap into that in improving girls in science work across Africa, since you're all from Africa.
Thank you.
So because I'm still seeing so many of them are still missing.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is my first time at AIM, so I was wondering if some of you could kind of explain to me what you do here. Can someone describe in one line what you do, other than enjoy the beach? Sure.
Okay. These students, we are students here first. We are not here to watch this doing something else. We are here to learn some mathematical sciences. Maybe it is very mathematical science. And we are with some background to perform or to go far and to go so far. And in other ways, I can say that we are here to say how we can use the mathematics and learn how we can use the mathematics to help Africa to develop very soon.
Okay.
Somehow, this is a short answer.
Okay. Do you guys work on projects, or is it just classwork, or do you do projects as well?
There is we are doing the course, and we have the opportunity to think about some projects, but we are not focused on some particular projects.
How many of you have studied or learned in the engineering capacity? Some people? A little bit? Okay, yeah, about five of you. And the rest of you are pure math? Okay, so we have different fields. That's not more into mathematics. Applied math, that could be statistics or modeling. So some are into computer science. Some have done physics and engineering. Okay, great, wonderful. And also accounting and actuarial science. Okay. And how many of you are from outside of Ghana? So you? 66%. 66% or okay. So that's about 11 students. Wow, very exciting. Well, I'm looking forward to sharing some things with you and working with you as the day progresses to share ideas, learn more about what you do, and share my own experience. So again, my name is Heather. I studied mechanical engineering at MIT in the US, and I'm going to share with you a little bit about my background and some of the things I've learned, specifically related to technology for rural communities. So a little bit about me. I did my PhD in mechanical engineering. I finished about a year ago, and I got to work on a lot of cool stuff. I got to work on robotics and specifically making robots that can swim and making sensors for those kinds of robots. So I got to play with electronics. I got to play in a big water tank in our lab where I built things and then moved it along the water tank and measured the forces and took pictures to see what the flow was doing. So I studied fluid mechanics and robotics and sensors. So I had a lot of, it was a great experience to work with a lot of high-tech stuff like fancy force sensors and data acquisition boards and all this stuff. But also on the side, I developed this really strong passion for things on the low-tech side. So there's a group at MIT called D-Lab. The D stands for Design and Development. And they do, all their work is combining engineering for projects that can help rural communities. And so I spent quite a bit of time at D-Lab on the side while I was a grad student. And then after I graduated, I taught there for about a year and a half. So there I learned a lot of things about how to engage with communities and create and apply my engineering skills to projects with meaning. So I learned about how to be resourceful in engineering, how to sort of improvise materials in places where there might not be as many bountiful materials. And I also learned a lot about community-driven design. So if you've studied engineering, you've probably learned about this some, like really focusing on the user of the product, and especially in rural communities, engaging in dialogue with the rural community members to have them drive the design constraints that you work around. So these are some of the themes that I learned and taught at D-Lab. And I want to spend most of the time just giving you a bunch of examples of technologies that were created. So I'm going to go through a bunch of slides and just show you a ton of pictures. And all of these were created, co-created, either by students at MIT participating in a D-Lab class, together with a community member from anywhere around the world, or they're created from something called IDDS, which is run by IDIN, which is the International Development Innovation Network. It's all under D-Lab as well. And IDDS, if you guys are interested, you can actually apply. It's a summer program for about a month that happens in all different places around the world. You can apply to any of the different locations and spend a month learning how to design. And it's a combination of people from all different places around the world, all different backgrounds, artists, engineers, you know, business people. They all come together and like work together in a diverse team to create products for rural communities. So if you're interested in that, you can look up IBDS, International Development Design Summit. It's growing, so there's I think like 4 or 5 happening this summer in various places. So all the products I'm going to show you were created either from an MIT class or from this summer design summit. And again, I'm just going to kind of show you a bunch of pictures because I understand you're doing a hackathon, so this is just intended for you to have some ideas. You don't necessarily have to make any of these things because we might not have these exact materials here, but just use this as an opportunity to start brainstorming what ideas you could do if you want to do this first option. I'm going to show you a bunch of different ideas. So let me first talk about agricultural devices. Obviously, a huge need in the developing worlds is how can we help farmers and other stakeholders in agriculture do their job more efficiently. And so one example is a device you can use to shell corn. Have any of you guys shelled corn? A couple people nodding their heads. Okay, so I don't know, if you do it by hand, it would take forever. So someone, I think in Peru, some people when they were traveling to Peru found this one, which is a device you just stick the dry corn in there, and then this, it kind of breaks apart the kernels as you push it through. So this is super helpful, but this is made out of plastic. It was injection molded, so you need a mold for the specific shape. You need a high temperature thing to make the plastic melt and make this thing. So a couple different people came up with different ways they could produce the same kind of functionality. So one person just welded some steel together, and again, you stick the corn through, and if the corn is smaller than this, then it'll kind of break apart the kernels. Or you can just fold some sheet metal with a corrugated shape, and you could accomplish the same type of thing. So this is an example of maybe modifying an existing thing using materials that are realistically available in rural communities. Another example, what's this? Moringa. Yes. So everyone in Ghana should be familiar with moringa. The seeds, what do you use the seeds for? Make tea. Oh, okay. Anything else other than making tea?
Blood sugar. So then they use it for treating blood sugar.
Oh, you need it to treat blood sugar. Okay. Yeah, it's called the miracle tree, right? Because it has so many vitamins and whatever. So one of my fellow MIT students worked on a project to try to figure out how we could more efficiently shell the seeds of the moringa seeds. And I've tried it by hand, like I can do it, but it takes a while to shell one by one. So he and other students came up with a few different prototypes. This is one that they made. They were testing it, I think here in Ghana in this picture. So this is a thing where you would load a bunch of seeds into this container with holes in it, and there's some metal pieces in there, like some nails and whatever scrap metal you can find. And then right here, there's a pedal. So you step on the pedal, and as you step on it, this just old bike parts made into a chain of gears spins this metal thing. And so the seeds mix with the small nails and whatever, and then the shells just eventually break off and fall through the holes. So you push on this, all you have to do is step on it, and you can shell hundreds and hundreds of seeds at once. I've used this. It's really noisy. That's kind of a downside. So they've come up with a few different prototypes. I think this one's smaller, and you can do it by hand, and I think it's less noisy. So it's the same kind of principle. You stick stuff inside to break up the shells. So this example actually is something that they are making into a company, because the prototype has shown enough potential that they can really make add value for moringa farmers. So this is Kwame. He's actually in Ghana. He lives in Accra. He's Ghanaian, went to MIT, came back to start a company around making moringa oil. So they use the machine that I just showed you on a larger scale, and they buy the moringa seeds from the farmers at a higher price than the farmers would normally sell. And they're able to sell this oil to a bunch of people in the US that aren't familiar with moringa oil and are very intrigued by it. So you can also look them up online if that's interesting to you. They're called Moringa Connect. Another agricultural device. Some people from DLab have gone to Tanzania and worked with avocado farmers. So a lot of these farmers have just tons and tons of avocados that they don't know what to do with. And so they've come up with a device for pressing the avocados to efficiently extract the oil. So this is just another example of an agricultural device. Now, there's a ton of things you can do with a bicycle, because bicycles are relatively available in rural communities, and they have a lot of parts that you can either reuse in other applications or just use the bike directly. So here's some examples of bicycle-powered things. This is another corn sheller that has been attached to the bike here. So you have the bike on a stand, and you pedal it, and then the chain activates this thing, and you just stick the cord inside, and then it comes out, and the cob like flies out, so it's kind of fun. And then the kernels are all just there. So that's another easier way to shell the corn. This one was created by a guy named Bernard Kiwia in Tanzania, who was an amazing inventor of many things. We also worked with a community in Peru that runs an orphanage, and one thing that they said is that it takes a really long time for them to wash clothes for all the kids that they have in the orphanage. So they worked with some MIT students and came up with a bicycle-powered washing machine. So again, you have the bike is just stationary on a stand, and it's connected to this old metal drum that they remade into a washing machine. So all they did was they made a hole so you could load the clothes in, and then inside it's just some rope and some PVC wire that you can use to kind of jumble the clothes around as it's spinning. So you pedal the bike, you spin the machine, and the clothes get washed with the soap in the water. So yeah, there's limitless things you can do with bicycle power. This is Bernard, the guy who I mentioned. He has also made juice blenders. He's stuck onto bikes. So you can sell juice, you just pedal, and then you sell some fresh fruit juice to people. So again, if you want to look him up, he's amazing. He's invented so many things, and is now helping run another company called Global Cycle Solutions. And they have come up with a bunch of different bicycle-powered technologies for farmers and other people in Tanzania. Any questions so far? So the next topic is energy. Lots of energy needs in rural communities. Has anyone seen this before? This one's actually yeah. Directing light into a home by placing a water bottle full of water in your roof. So in the night, the light can still come through a little bit. But I don't think it's super powerful. But here's a kind of quirky one. Any guess how this one works? Yes. I don't know the material exactly. It's plastic. It's a thin plastic on the top here, and it looks like it's wood blocks on the bottom. So this one uses wind energy to produce a small amount of power. So this will do what we call flutter, which is a type of resonance. So if you have the wind coming at a correct range of velocities, then you can match the natural frequency of this thin plastic and it'll start vibrating. And so they put that up to some device that can change the fluctuations into some power. So very low power, I think, but an interesting way to kind of just repurpose very simple materials into a productive device. Then there's a lot you can do with solar as well. I'm sure you guys have probably heard of some of these things. Making a solar cooker they use it in China. I believe they made it for the community in China. So just some aluminum sheets that they sort of design the shape in a certain way. They optimize the shape, and then that can direct the sunlight in, and you can use it to cook food. This one was also made and tested in Ghana. This is a solar food dryer. Similar concept, directing the sun to dry, I don't know, mangoes or whatever you want. Here's something I made in Takoradi at the Fab Lab with some students I was working with there. This is a small wind turbine. We call this a Savonius wind turbine based on the shape. It's a vertical axis one. And rather than having the normal blades like you see, the blades are just two halves of a water bottle in this case. So as the wind comes, it can still spin this. It spins, there's less lift in this case than with the traditional wind turbines you've probably seen pictures of. But it's another way, again, you can sort of repurpose simple materials into something that can produce some power. Biodigester. You guys familiar with that? Yeah. So converting waste into energy by making a container that captures the methane that's produced and converting that into energy. Also, something very relevant for this type of setting. Here's one that was actually created here in Ghana, in Kumasi. That IDDS program I mentioned, they had it here a few years ago. That was actually my first trip to Ghana. I came and saw them on the last day here. This is one project which is kind of interesting. They, again, kind of like the biodigester, they produce methane gas from waste, and they directed that into an old lawnmower, which acts as a generator, and then they generate some electricity and they store it in a battery. So they have some waste that produces methane gas, goes into the lawnmower engine to generate electricity, and they store it in the battery. So I thought that was kind of interesting. A little bit more complicated than the biodigester, but perhaps more useful to make it into a battery.
How much energy is generated?
I don't know how much they made on this one. I don't remember the voltage or anything. Again, I think not a huge amount, but this is also something that they made in like a few days. So it's the kind of thing where I think they made a proof of concept, and then they would need more time and engineering calculations to make it something like realistic. Other question?
Any major change about any major difference
Between this one and the previous picture? I think the only difference is that this one is just, I don't know exactly how they captured the energy in this. So this one is just producing the methane gas. I don't know what they did with it. Whereas this one, they directed the methane gas into electricity and stored it in the battery. That's the only difference.
So are they looking at commercializing this? Because since it's electric are producing this, are they looking at commercializing this one, like producing it on a large scale?
I'm not sure. I don't remember what this team ended up doing because I don't know them personally, so I didn't follow what they did. I don't think they made a company like some of the other ones I mentioned that are making companies. I don't think they made a company. But if you're interested in this, I could figure out who was on that team and connect you with them. And you could figure out what they've already learned and take it from there. Another thing very relevant for rural communities is cook stoves. The smoke produced by cook stoves is, I forget the exact statistics, but it's like one of the leading causes of sickness, health problems, especially in infants, is because the smoke coming from cook stoves made from wood contains a lot of toxic gases in it. So this is a major problem around the world. And I was fortunate to work with a team of students that went to Peru a year ago. And one of the teams was working with a family in Peru to try to design an improved, safer cook stove. So I'll show you some pictures of what they did. So first they talked and observed with the women how their cook stoves were, what functionality was important for them, and then they designed a new one. So this was just very simple materials. They used some grass and some clay that they dug out from the hill next to where we were staying. And then they saw that the women, it was important for them that they had 3 hot plates because they needed like one for water, one for whatever. So they made something that could channel the fire into 3 places. So this is the mold they made. They made this just out of clay and grass. And this is what we call a rocket stove, this shape, which basically just, you load in the wood from the bottom, and it channels the airflow in better, so that the combustion happens better than in traditional stoves where it's just sort of open. So this one, the air is channeled in specifically to where the smoke is going. That way you have better combustion. And then here's one of the families using the cook stove that they made. So on the cook stoves, we can try to improve the cook stove itself, the device, or we can also try to improve the fuel. So I'm sure many of you also use wood for your cooking, but what if we could use agricultural waste? The fumes from that are less toxic and will be less harmful for deforestation purposes. So making charcoal from agricultural waste is something that people at D-Lab have been refining for like 10 years or something like that. And they've tested it all over the world. It's pretty exciting to see that this one has really kind of taken off. So let me describe the process that they go through to do this. So they take agricultural waste like corn husks, groundnut husks, any of this old stuff, and then they pack it into one of these metal drums. They pack it really full, and then they seal the top. Or sorry, before they seal the top, they put it on fire. But first, let me just say this was in Tanzania that they tested this. And then here's the same thing happening at MIT at my school, where the students are getting to see it for the first time. So you pack a bunch of agricultural waste products in this old jar. Then you set it all on fire, and you seal it off. And then the trapping the air allows everything to carbonize inside. So at the end of the day, you end up with, can't really see it, there's a bunch of black charcoal powder in here. So you end up with a bunch of fine black charcoal powder, and now you just need to make it into a briquette. This is Amy Smith. She's the founder of D-Lab. She's also the reason I'm in Ghana, because it's like her favorite country, and so she's kind of made everyone come here, so I can blame her. No, she's awesome. I hope if you get the chance to meet her, she's great. So you have a bunch of charcoal powder, and now you just need some way to make it sticky so that you can make it into an actual briquette. So you can use cassava, grind some cassava with water, which is sticky, or whatever else you can find that's sticky, and then you mix it together with the powder, so you have a sticky black powder. And then you can use something like this to press it into a briquette shape. So you can just load it into the top here, press it down, and then at the bottom it pops out as a briquette. You can make the same kind of device other ways too. It doesn't have to be just like this. But at the end of the day, you get charcoal briquettes, and they're less toxic and less harmful for the environment. And so this is something that is not just kind of like a fun idea. It's actually being used. This is the same process being used by a lady in Uganda. Her name is Betty. She's also really amazing. Same process. She's actually taken this technology and is in the process of really scaling it in her community. So she has her own small factory where she's producing these charcoal briquettes. So she just has like these massive tarps laid out with all these charcoal briquettes. And I think she's also employing like mostly women to do this type of work, women from her community to help them, and it's exciting to see her go for it. So this is Betty. You can also look up her website if you want. This is her company. So she's making and selling these charcoal briquettes in Uganda. It's cool to see her. She's not only like making a company, but she also helps improve the engineering side of the manufacturing process. So she's just sort of awesome lady. Here's a final few random ideas to throw at you. Also, while we were in Peru, we were tasked to see if we could help them keep their school warmer. So we were in this very high mountainous place where it was really, really cold. And the students in their school, maybe they wouldn't come to school or whatever because it was really cold. So the students I worked with worked on a project where they kind of scoped what was available in the natural environment that they could use, and they saw that there was a lot of grass. It was very abundant. It's called ichu grass, a certain type of grass. So they had the idea of using the grass as insulation for the school. So this is the inside of the roof of the school. The students made mats of ichu. We literally loaded up this huge truck full of this grass, and then came to the school and made the grass into mats, and then put them throughout the roof as a way to kind of try to trap the heat inside the school a little bit better. One of the students also decided to use the same material to make a curtain because there were these big windows at the school, so a lot of heat would be lost through the windows as well. So this is one of the curtains that they made, and this is Pedro showing some of the kids there how to make the curtains too. So that's a bunch of a variety of examples of rural technology that I wanted to share with you guys. Let me just quickly end by saying that, kind of explaining why I'm here in Ghana. So I'm here running an organization called Practical Education Network, and our goal is to help teachers use the same kind of design, engineering stuff that I was just describing in their classrooms with their students. So I run workshops for science teachers to help them use these same kinds of techniques of creating and designing in their classrooms. So here's some pictures of activities that we've done with science teachers. We've worked with about 600 teachers around Greater Accra now, and I'm working closely with the Air School to expand beyond Accra so that hopefully more teachers and students can benefit from hands-on learning, and just like I got to experience at MIT, and that's my goal. So again, lots of ideas out there. Feel free to take any of them directly. If any of them are interesting to you, I can connect you to the people who made them, or I'm happy to just share ideas with you later in the day on any of the things that we saw here. Any questions? All right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the teachers you said you've been targeting for your project, the 600 in Accra, your target teachers, is it for tertiary or secondary or?
So far, we've worked with junior high and senior high teachers, but it'd be interesting to move to the tertiary level. Yeah. We're not there yet, but we'd like to.
Is this the one you made?
Yes, yes, it is. Oh, yep. having it somewhere else?
I'm going to teacher of chemistry, so maybe we to see the chemistry, though we practically once the practical side like in Megan, for example, two what so if we can practically, like when you talk about something like then you make it practical instead of just
Yeah,
so I mean,
definitely. Do you know how to make oxygen with local materials? Okay.
yes, cool. Actually, of course, the industrial process just use it. But on small scale, you just use the chemical, the chlorate, which cannot work for large scale. So if one to do it on large scale, we don't have that material for fraction distillation. So somehow.
Yeah. We have a small, oh, sorry.
So,
Yep. Okay, we have a small demo where we make a small oxygen sample out of battery and hydrogen peroxide, which I'd be happy to, if you don't already know, I'd be happy to talk about with you.
That's on small scale. I mean,
Sure.
because an expressive thing, you need to see the price of this person. So, to have it like the structural distillation, we can somehow express.
Yeah, so again, I think that's sort of more beyond the junior high, senior high level curriculum. And so we haven't come up with a bunch of curriculum for the larger scale, deeper concepts thing. If you're interested in that, I'd love to talk with you and get some ideas going about how we can make that practical as well.
And okay, they are not exactly engineers. I don't know if they told you. Like apart like 2 or 3 people. But they've done a lot of programming, especially Python, I heard. You heard about it? So maybe, do you have any idea how they can adapt their skills? Do you still want to give some suggestions like programming or not necessarily even Python, maybe other languages on something like what you've seen there that I already introduced them, like Raspberry Pi, Arduino, and you were telling me about solar panel, but the only thing I have is this, which anyway is enough for powering these two. Do you have any suggestions to, considering what you have presented and what is here?
Yeah, so first I'll just say that you don't have to have studied engineering to do the kinds of things I was describing. So again, that summer program, it's people from all different backgrounds making these things that I showed. So I don't actually care if you've studied engineering or not. I'm sure you can still come up with something. I have less experience with microcontrollers and software than the hardware stuff that I showed you. But I imagine that you could use these types of things to maybe automate some of the things that I showed. You could program some automation to any of the mechanical movements that I showed for the devices. That's one idea I have for now. And I guess on the sensor side, you could also make a sensor to add on to something else, some other kind of hardware. Maybe as an idea.
Thank you. I also want to ask, as a mechanical engineer, I don't know if you have plans of advancing on those technologies that you are encouraging in the communities. Any plans to advance on those technologies since they are somehow far behind?
Yeah, actually, I would love to be able to get more people working on those things and really advance those technologies. So right now, my approach again is to train some teachers here to start building more of a foundation for that kind of learning and teaching. But I'm also thinking, down the line, how I can bring more of this rural technology into the mainstream of what people are working on. It's something I haven't figured out yet, but I'm very, very interested in to incorporate it more into what I do.
Other questions? So we thank Heather and so now it's starting the real stuff. And you've heard some ideas from the point of view of rural STEM and also vaguely some of the stuff that Wilfred and company wants to do with starting from the next seminar. So you should start choosing which topic are you more interested. And we start doing some brainstorming, but after the brainstorming, if you will have 5 minutes to see what's happening in the other group, so you can still switch if you want. But after that, you should stay where you want to stay. So for then after the brainstorming, you should decide which topic you prefer. So so far we haven't found any idea, any solutions, nothing. So we are really starting from what's the topic, the problem, the environment. So don't worry, you don't have yet any ideas. Just think where you want to spend the rest of the day. In something related to mathematical modeling or some simple. Something that should be affordable for the rural system and it's related to science, or eventually can also be a mobile phone app like the one Audrey was telling you this morning. So let's do in this way. We have what do we do? Rural people and mathematical modeling, or mathematical modeling rural people? Okay, mathematical people here and rural there. So you have to stand up and cluster. Start choosing one.
Every time I buy the only two is my phone. Don't mute. When you are going, you have to upload someone and listen to other people. Then you pick up the one that makes your life easier.
I think the last time we said.
You are here. That was because we went to now we need the wall. We really need the wall to be there. On the wall.
Literally, I'll tell you.
Yeah, so, okay, let's start looking whatever like. I like the 19. Then like Even if they repeat it, just put it.
You realize the microphone is here, right?
I know, right?
What do you need?
Do you think the budget to try to take on the wall with this? It is too small to represent their IP. They are thinking they will still put the button.
Why? I gave mine to Alex. Ask him.
If you wait to refine an idea, we finish next week. Guys, we should have done the brainstorming by 12, so don't start, okay, I have this idea. Go fast.
Different ideas. Which
Yes. Like this one, let's see.
It's like, okay, okay, like kind of find solution for like how the public
So the idea was that whenever we come up with not the final prototype, but also have at least a minimum prototype. If we're coming up with something that we can do today, at least you should be able to, in your presentation, to describe how can this be done for real. Like, we can buy this money, you will find money in this way. So we're not just staying as an idea. Because at the moment we're just doing an idea, but the goal is that in the end that we do something for real. Yeah. So that's why I was telling you that we will do the stuff here. You're talking with all it's interesting, but if I go in that direction, then I'd like to see the plan market. How do I find this? How do I find the money? No. You should be like 5. maximum 5. So everyone there can have different stories. So you should have more than one idea so people can explain. One thing, after the brainstorming, we will make groups, and each group will be maximum 5 people. So don't focus too much in one idea. So let's create more than one, and then people can decide which one they want to follow more. Because here our area 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, you're like 12. You can have already 3 groups here.
I know she bought some for Professor. So I think he kept them. But
He kept them.
Yeah. Let me get them.
Do you think we can use this on the wall? So we need like or we use the two boards.
Yeah.
Okay, then we do that. Okay, if we have tape and things, it's also nice.
These are my responsive I gave you.
So it's like
That's
Yeah,
there.
you can use that.
some and after a while we try to compare for the people living at the same community, they can find a common substance between them as minors on the video or something. So
Maybe we can put this class. We can have the refined idea.
If you want to find what is the common before check for how because we find a lot of things.
Sometimes you can realize that you think these are viruses. A lot of people examples like data of statistics and try to find something from one and the plot or whatever and try to make that thing
how many ideas probably are they coming like? How many potential problems? You are $17, $18. Okay, can we reorder the idea in another way so that they can also come and read it? And after you choose one. So this can be called every minute focus. So that's what I mean. Okay, now so writing very minute focus. Early minute focus. Okay, you will summarize all this. I want to do better.
right now, you to summarize your ideas.
Let's first say decided the idea. We are just half an hour behind. Maybe 40 minutes. Or if it's something that is not feasible, they improve the sign, like avoid control there. We're going to find a manager. You have summarized what you have, or you're coming up with new? Okay. So you have 9.
And I think combine some of the ideas. So we can say inspire,
Okay, before you come up with a new idea for your merge, start thinking also now more practical, like we're going to use SQL, we're going to do modeling, Python. We're going to propose it as next seminar in July, like a bit more in detail than maybe in 2 years. No, not that you're refining, but refining is just giving money.
Voting for number one. You can have.
Yes. This is
That'll be like shop, hospital, this is telling them that you wear this. Okay, I have a question. In every you analyze life. So if you really learn in general as a life sort of you will see so this is why I tell people that do the test for the
are trying to do something, we are focused on trying something very rapidly and trying to find things at the same time. That is the
What's your goal? Like, how do you report your findings? Like, okay, I feel that I'm going to
This is where I'm saying but if you have one thing, this is the new one on the diagram, and you can take example of the like and something and we just
so we work on this like this. In order so how are we going to
they say that we are doing the number of answers is increasing because it's not, they don't know.
Yeah, 4 or 5 each one key, like 5 for the one plus 5 for it. It's like we are like
There is one who has taken so what kind of questions are we trying to
rest of them are very
okay, we are okay. Will you be able, if something is coming from there, that you explain the main ideas? Okay, so I'm telling them, so like, and the same level to you, like who will remain here and the other, those who are very strong, sure that they will pick up one of these, like stay here, and the other okay, it's happening each 5 minutes. So you stay here, and the others, let's move to the other group. Okay, migration. Who is the representative here? Okay, you stay here. The others, let's go to that corner.
Some below 30 years. We want to know the fact that not making us in that. Some of the ideas to gain effects, but we don't want to leave it as such. Something that we can, according to the research paper we read, okay, I read, they found out that was going to help with the person was I don't know how much. That was one thing so that is one idea that we have to model
Slack channel.
I don't know how to model this.
Because I didn't really
know what to be done or how to educate people on things
just Slack.
How to educate them on that. What how can you apply?
How do you find the power
Then
because so many guys are not even aware of elementary concepts.
So they can do the same, but we integrate
What we saw the fact that educates people on what, especially on the website. The finance because some of them are out to implement like some of the personal that's the only factor.
Free of chemicals, free of zones, free of things. So that
we do something that may affect you. That's like I can manage it. Already have to know.
When you hit it with this,
about getting information, how someone can get this advice.
To know how to get focus
Yeah.
So if you have this you know what's possible, and get Okay, the next one is which we just had Bollywood already. I'll just talk about it. Which this one is behind the retro forest. Cancer, stepping or working like cancer cells. We are not trying to narrow it down to the kind of cancer that I want to study. But since our targets in this thing is for girls some doing not that yet. Yes. So somebody was suggesting look at what breast cancer or something.
I think that skin cancer is really nice because we are in West Africa and
they are still modeling the ideas. They are still refining the ideas. That is what it is. And we are making that process. So we want to know that in the process, we want to analyze everything of all those data analyzing those. This one here, the floor is meant with this one. We want to try and create applications that can be used to create awareness, like doctor, patient. For instance, you know, nowadays all that you hear is on news. And news broadcaster will just say that, oh, the bill is go and find out the instruction. Like, we haven't got an existing system yet. And what we want to do here is an application where the doctor can tell the patient the moment they come without finding that there is an outbreak of COVID before you eat the news put it in their own language. So we get to hear it from medical practitioners what they are saying about breast Ebola. Sometimes we get to hear it in the news, but it's based on how they have interpreted the whole disease. That is what the suggestion came up, the mobile application. Like the only just if the doctor is around,
the kind of communication that you are talking about, you know, so
so that will be a challenge, but that could also be something good. In the sense that right now we are though it's a barrier the thinking of collaboration.
You can hear it out.
The next one.
The
next one is so we are seeing this influence on your geographical location. So that's the answer to speak about. So that one, we are going to look at how your geographical location affects whether you get less one. And from the analytical that my population has already research already been done, which shows that your geographical location affects how it gets less or not. So, yeah, so we're going to model this to know what is really happening. The study has shown that yes, we have calculation, but what may be in that location that is causing some people to get the best and some might get something. And that means that if
and use these factors to reduce the area with the high rate.
Just to add something about epilepsy, my country is actually the first in Africa. And also something related to the application of context. So that factors to target the geography first and other factors related to it.
So that is brain issue implementing it to this cancer,
It's cancelled. So where you are, and you spend 2 minutes. If some of these are interesting for you or maybe your original project,
like about 600 votes.
and also if you want to go back to your original,
That was a really smart online. But when they came in, possible, is it possible to cultivate these fish and try to see whether we can tap their energy and store it? We don't know yet. We are just brainstorming. They produce natural sulfur in the country. And we want to see whether that energy we can tap it, cultivate a lot of them, tap into it, and store that energy. It may be so we need the fish must be alive at once. That is what we are doing. So we know they are deep fish. Yes. So we will have to get them right.
I have one thing that I don't know. Since it's all about how to really about developing something, how to get it. Why do you develop something now with how doctors and things? Because every doctor has access to patients' records. This is really it's a problem. A lot of people get it. The hospital keeps these patients.
I give you 1 minute to discuss, and then I stop you, and then you. So those who are here, you can decide if now you like one of these projects, or you want to go back to yours. But anyway, then after 5 minutes, I'd like that you choose one, and you stick with this. That maybe is what you're thinking for the rest of the day. So okay, carry on, but you have 1 minute.
So the patients go from one hospital, we don't know their records. That's the problem. We go to this hospital, maybe have some records or something. The doctor doesn't know. We just feed you with whatever information then you will prescribe it. If there is a database that keeps these patients, every doctor has access to it. So you go to this, you can just access it and find out your medical history before you even try to ask about what you want. So if you can develop something, I mean, that's patients, most hospitals are connected so that doctors can access it. And it's also a source of database for whatever research I want to say in an area. I can just go in there. I can have records and data of patients. Okay, first-hand information is not that I can give a data.
But do you think this address already exists?
Okay, just to add something to it. My undergrad program was just what you're saying. And the place where, you know,
Okay, stop. Now you have 5 minutes to clear your mind and decide which one you want to do. And you can swap topic pick up one project because please, people say, right, you are saying us? Yeah. So you are thinking about Okay, we have to start making a group, so otherwise there is no lunch. Let's start getting a group, so otherwise there is no lunch. No, I didn't have breakfast. Yeah. Can you order them? So yeah. Take it.
So
when we start already finding you already know who is okay, then I'll tell you the order. So nobody is going there.
we have not decided yet. Let me see.
Guys, so these numbers are the final.
Anybody breaking up from here? So,
And then
how many ideas should we present?
maximum 5 people per group.
How many are we?
Like this 6 is too much. Someone from here.
No, that is whether we are taking the topic or not.
Yeah, this is what I mean. 6 people is too much. 5. It's not, it was just. Okay, let's start with the vote and we see who wants to join. Okay, but we start with this.
I should just write 3, right? Yes. We are writing the top 3 words. In any order?
In the most.
Okay.
Changes. No, but I can write. Representative people from there, can you come here with the the one you think people if you're not sure, maybe 4 or 5. No, make more space. Okay. Oh, it's okay. Now you're ready, Brie. Okay, in the meanwhile, they are preparing to come here. Who is interested in the cancer cell imaging modeling? Who is picking up as a top? You cannot choose more than one. Choose one. We are creating the groups now, and possibly they are not. You will not swap them, only in exceptional cases.
If there is any possibility, if the number of people for specific idea is huge, they can combine to identification.
Let's see what that is. So who is for the cancer cell?
Yes.
Okay. You adding all of them or?
No, just the last one.
Okay.
The other two, yes.
Guys, only this 4. 0 gram.
Is anyone from here that wants to know the other Okay, let's start with Are you ready?
We're going to stick this to Let's have this. The idea still.
No, they are. Yeah, but they. Okay, it's not fine. We can still discuss. But is anyone for one? Guys, who is for one? Yeah. But pick up. You can choose only one of these. Nobody. So you know. Armel. So this okay, it's complicated in this way.
We can have it.
Let's write a number.
No, they need it's for them.
Steven, you can write there and
Here. That side is for them.
I'm doing a number in the names.
They need this.
Yeah, man, Steven.
Or two. Steve or Stephen?
Philomena. You want black?
That's it? For free?
Any more for you? Easy, I hope it's okay if I leave it. And then Joshua, hey, Joshua.
And four?
Four.
Yeah, all of it. Yeah, all of it.
Joshua,
With me.
Brother, where are you? Go.
I'm still thinking.
You are still thinking.
Yes.
You are still thinking. Fred. Fred, where are you?
You have to decide now. Choose. Okay. At the moment, there are 4 here. Then this is 2, and here we have 3 and 3.
Yes. Together for 2.
So I think we should, if we can boil down to 3 groups. 4. So these are the one with more people. So the people who choose 1 and 3, what do you want to do?
Which question what you want?
I mean, literally, are you still sure you want to stay 1? You want to join another one? You want to combine it? What is 1 and 3 for there? You know what? No, they're not.
Alexa, it's not possible for just the number to small.
People. Alex.
Yeah, Alex, we can combine 1 and 3.
Okay, now it's really complicated. With 4 projects is too much. What? So 1 and 2 is 1. I didn't follow your discussion. Is it something? Please.
It's going to provide it. Okay, so it's going to use the fine code. So you know, calculators, everything, or sometimes so we reflect specifically to know the answers. So let's go and look at it. And that angle, I don't know what angle you want to look at.
Yeah, epilepsy, tumor are completely.
I know, let's find some instances, like 8% of people who have they have a tumor, tumor. It doesn't have to be cancerous, it could be just a benign tumor. I think 8%.
And so the modeling will be on the.
Yeah,
Maybe you can consider the tumor as one factor. Okay, the illness as the factor on the tumor.
But in the end, you believe you can work together and do a unique project.
To combine things will be very difficult.
Yeah, that was I was.
Yes, it will be difficult because how the topic identified. We cannot just say we cannot combine them.
Because they're different. They're looking at the factors, geographical.
So substantially, one of these 2 has to disappear, and you should join the others. So, is anyone from 3 wants to join 1 and the other way around also? So you want to join 1?
Is it that you are making the ideas or?
No, it seems they cannot, they have to
Collapse some of them.
one has to collapse.
So is it from here to here? So
now you're in 2. But now they are the minority. So Kelechi,
on 3.
what do you want to do? 1, 2, or 4?
One is free. You said
No, if she wants to be there, she is okay. So you sure? I don't know the ideas yet. 50 seconds to think about it. So, nobody here. So in the end, this will disappear.
So what do you suggest now? But I was there before.
So, or it's not really much. They have to choose between. So, what are the people interested in this one? It was not my idea.
No, this is just the caption, but don't the content we have it. This is just the caption, but you have the
Remove it.
No. If you get more people to join, then okay. Then we can for one we have 5. How about for 2? I can be interested in let's go. We have then for 3 we have making innovation from language. We have career. Yeah, you can make this one, make them. Anybody else? You know, because I want to yes, all that can be.
Are you happy? Are you happy? Seems too easy, please. Okay. So nobody of this wanted to swap in the other one and the other way around. Okay. So it seems we have 3 and maybe 3.
Can we come back to this one?
Are Are we okay with this, or we're still?
Are you okay?
No, this is not okay.
The definition of the every monopole is not what we're thinking. Those of us that are into the same. Because the idea here we're looking at is that most of the ladies who have irregularities when it comes to menstruation. And I know of an app on phones that keeps track of your menstrual flow, but I don't know if this app can check the irregularities that goes with it and gives you options. Because most of us can have facing such a challenge, but to go to the doctor it might be difficult. But if there's an app that can help you out, and if it's that what you can see, you can go to the doctor. That was the idea. I don't know.
Yeah, but they know the project. So the people in the big group they understood this.
I don't know. I just saw the early morning post. That was why I liked it. That was the first thing that came to mind. I didn't share the idea when I was.
So I'm even more confused than the people. So in the end, you are still supporting that project. But what's this video now? So you have two. For you to start making a plan, development. Either you start, but now you have to move 4 people. Either you manage to break entirely one of these things, or you join another one. Okay, let's have lunch and we sort this out later. So we have either 6 or 7 groups. When we are back, you start working together, and you should join a platform that I showed you the other day, Slack, so that all the materials can be found easily. I'll show you how later. Okay. So now they are putting also this one. So now we have Kunda and Rachel. Oh, that's it is moving. Now they are small. Ideally, I was thinking 5 people. 4 is still okay, but 2 is really the only. But there is also an issue. You are pointing at a mobile app. Among these people, you have someone who knows how to mobile app. Kunda and Rachel. Huh? Because now they can. So okay, I think we sorted it out. So Lizzie,
Yeah.
you are.
No, I'm not there. Okay, okay, sure.
And Joshua.
So Joshua 1, not 2. It says Joshua 4.
So from here.
Because you know,
Well, these are three.
so maybe
Okay, the other one is right now, with this technology, it's also creating education and awareness. These things that really seated, I really feel that with the refugee area. It's not an idea, but it's like you just find it for refugees.
We can spend hours still. So Joshua will stay there.
You should. Don't make it jump for Is it because of the hours?
So it's like some of the ideas that get
I'm looking at something that
we
gives it.
find it to go to see.
And the thing is also that, from what I understood in these two groups, none of you has any idea what you can have. So, yeah, both of you, also them, they are also proposing something that they are not even know how to do it. Is it? Also to make it happen.
Today,
No, a structure of the hub, maybe, yes. If you have at least a shape or also if someone you know you will work on this. The same, if we will have an app and there's nobody in the future to do it, it's not going to happen. But from what I understood, they are also have the same problems. Also, this group is not so strong as I hear.
I don't want to be my problem because if I'm looking at somebody to do the app for me, you are convinced somebody, even if the person does not have an idea of what you're talking about, somebody can create a conversation. It's not visible, but depends on the let's say a sample that you
Yes. Driving assignment.
Yes.
This is good.
What do you like? But it delays, you know that. The delay, when you are changed, it's not, you have to, what you do here will transpire 1 minute before you see 5.
Yes, normal. So this is a video.
It's stagnant.
Yes.
Nobody is here.
Yes, we should take. We go and stand here. I want to test.
What?
Nobody is there, so that they don't say the hackathon is over. Let's see your beautiful face.
Are you saying?
I want to know
Wait, you come, you stand there.
So, I'm presenting. Now, this name is Danny. This is Joe.
It seems like it doesn't work.
It took some time. It's a bit slow. Then when you move this side, you have Femi, Roslyn, Rebecca, and Eva. Now, yes, so just like this
I'm sure that if there is people more there in those people.
Yes, you don't like the big speech.
I would speak. I would speak if I had no option.
No.
But if I had no option.
Let's make sure my laptop does not work.
Go away.
Don't know what I say.
I'm saying that before.
You can work with a shell.
Yes. Asshole.
I'll just keep quiet. I really want to assume I think here.
He's asking this guy.
Ah, you guys share a room. You don't trust my room. It's not share. To the left.
Not serious.
This thing has been like, okay.
I didn't want to put it on me. I don't know I was at the place. Then when I saw him, I was like, suddenly the Lord is going to me. That was like,
Are you still? So I was thinking that. Yeah. So if you go for an algorithm, this means that you need the help of this, the people with focus forming. But we cannot ask help for 2 hours. I mean, I really am not sure they will continue this after the hackathon. So it's probably better to be realistic and maybe merge the energy and maybe define an app that you all together can design somehow. Do you think is there a way to 3 and 4? I mean, early menopause and applications for doctors and patients for me is very similar. But that one is outbreaking epidemics. How is that thing supposed to work?
It's supposed to be like a platform, which has supposed to work within that service because it's questions every now and then. So that at the end of the week, the patient should be the conversation. That's what is happening.
There is already this.
What's that?
It's called Shahid. It means something is Swahili or Shahid?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
It's like someone was witnessing something makes we have
A witness.
yeah.
Yeah, it's doing this. Actually, they use it for many things, also for elections. Like to report something strange is happening. So they know in an area there is, when they're going to vote, that there is some turmoil or. They make it general so that you can personalize it. You can use it for election or outrage. Or in the way of describing me, you use it for that. And what is that? Can you explain to me the number 3?
Number 3 is it's not just on a development. The idea of having is not just everybody can do because I'm looking at the realized definition from the real thing. When it comes to like when you start to see the expression or something. So they're looking for having
Yeah, my bed is also really existing. It's like a check of the period.
yeah,
I think I've seen it.
I'm saying that, but I don't know if it's basic information and
When?
when it is okay.
I think I've seen it. I can't remember the name, but I've seen it. It's less famous than Shahidi, but I've seen it. What is the 2? Epilepsy? Epilepsy factor? What does it mean?
No. Unless when we are pitching the idea, like this says something small represents the idea that we want. Like we are looking at something in relation to epilepsy.
More specifically?
Oh, we're looking at should we pitch the whole idea?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking at the factors that affect epilepsy. Basing some of our ideas on the geographical location, trying to see how we can look at the factors and then reduce some of them and then predict pick factors in locations that affect epilepsy and then see how we can introduce them into factors that have high epilepsy rates and then the other way around. And then
Factors. But like we have seen, like in machine learning, or like doing some.
you want say how do I no. You're talking about machine learning.
So what kind of model is?
We are still shaping the idea. So But we are looking at the broader term is like we know what epilepsy is a bit geographic oriented. A bit geographic oriented. So we want to see what is happening in those geographical areas that is causing mass rates in epilepsy than other areas, other geographical locations that have high rates in epilepsy. And then see how we can look at it.
Like epidemiological representation, like according to geography or maybe movement of population with ODEs. Okay.
So that is the broader term, but we're trying to narrow it down.
It's not new, but there is room. And the first one was what is in detail stage idea?
Okay, so we are still checking the idea, but the the kind of following we want to use the natural system, everybody is used, but we want trying to predict, sometimes you have a castle, but it's dormant. You don't really know, you're trying to predict the outcome when it's going to happen, or looking at different factors, but there's no shaping that. And then the imaging will be even an image, an enhanced image, like you could look at that and you just see something. If you see something that is very important,
Can I give you my comments? Okay, so the first two things is something that studied a lot, but maybe there is still room. And also, I guess it's stuff that Wilfred can be interested in proposing a workshop, in writing grants proposal, defining. So these two are okay. The other two are also not new, but one, I believe you have, you cannot compete with Ushahidi. It's too advanced software. And it's free, they have a community in Kenya, in Tanzania, so it's, I doubt that you can make something better or competitive to that. This one, I think I've seen it, but maybe if you personalize for different culture, or if it's written in Arabic, or if it's visual, if you personalize, it can still be interesting. The idea I'm afraid is not going anywhere is this one. Not because it's stupid, but because the competitors, they've done everything. There's no point you starting from scratch proposing when. So who is Joshua, Gunda, and Rachel? They're not here.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, actually, we should start. Is Joshua 2, Joshua 1?
That's Joshua 2.
Where's Joshua 2? Did you hear the? And also something I understood, no of you can program an app. Or you're also proposing something you cannot do. You don't have to do it. It's like I say, okay, I want to have a match against Barcelona FC, and you go and hit goal. You have an invincible competitor and you're not even organized. Yeah, no, but I'm just thinking what's already existing in the world, and I can show you this thing. It's really advanced, but it's spread all over Kenya and Tanzania. They are even integrated with communities, so I really doubt that we will end up. There's no point of creating the same thing if we just download their app and go. So maybe it's a good, if some of these ideas you find interesting, I think it's better if you join them. If you think you can introduce this database in the other areas, then okay. But for the story of the women, they might need database. So I don't know what was your idea. Any database. So anyway, we have to finish the cycle for today. Can you choose for one of these three or here? These were also only three. How come now it's four? They are together. Okay. So can we decide? So Joshua, Kunda, and Rachel, what do you do? So this thing is not updated. Okay. So it's Kunda and Rachel. Yeah? You're giving up. Correct. Kunda. Okay, you decide soon. Oh. Can I cover this? Do you remember which group you are? I do like this. Bunda, did you? Bunda. Okay, they start and you join one. I'm sending you a link, and this link there is a template that Anne, the girl who was talking this morning, has created for you. You can simply follow it and fill in some fields like your team name. I don't know what was the thing. Cancer cell. And then you follow this kind of template and you start filling stuff. So this will also help you to imagine how can you describe better your idea. And this is at the beginning. So it would be nice if at least you have this by 5. But also if you start filling it with something more, like start going to details like, we will follow this algorithm, we will use this partial differential equation model or these details, so that when Wilfred or some other professor will see this, they can take you more seriously than just, we want to do some modeling of the cells. But anyway, you can start following this template and filling your idea and working in groups. And the idea is that now you work together in these groups. I don't know, are you matched or I lost track of Innocent, Armer, Kulechi? Huh? So this is Innocent, Armel, Andrews. Start. Okay, you cannot move your laptop. But anyway, start sitting together and start. You have to fill one of these. You don't have to fill one each. So one per team. The other thing you should, if you also go to the website and you join this platform, Slack, because it would be nice if I will create a channel for each project, so that we keep track of all the message you are exchanging. Like you found the link and you put it here. So it's like we can follow the entire discussions you're having. So I'll start with the first answer cell. Yeah, I send you by email this link again. Make it copy. Yeah, make it copy. Yeah, I forgot. Make it copy of the template you are sending. And we have 4 hours and now. Can you try to write that? Ah,
I tried to access the page, but
and the team empower I can invite you. for making it real. So it means you will need Instagram for money. But it's not anything. It's just the monitors not applying. It's not something that is very low cost. Like real science, like by so your main problem now would be even for you yourself. That's the main. You are the concert people. So you will need money. Not a real, you can also do research for 2 hours. Just change on the other. Not the money. And you have some makeup. Okay, so it's research plus enough. So you need money. I'm going back. No, you don't use your name. Frank. But this means you will need a prototype. Even if it's not real, it's a project. Can you do this? Can you all register for this page? Because I created a channel for your discuss. It's really No, I send them by email. It's possible. Oh. Guys, 1 minute, just 1 second. I sent you just a few seconds ago a link, which is slack.empoweract.com. If you go there and you sign in, and then
so click on the link. It will ask you to register for the Empower Hack team. Now, when you do that, it will send you an auto response to your email. Go back to your email and click on that one, and then you join the Empower Hack team. Then you can add it to the channel for you to have access to the various groups you're on. You've not received a mail yet? You got to the mail. So you start from your email, click on the link, and then you take it to the site for you to register.
So this is what the really amplifying instead of having here, maybe you copy that. So if, let's say in July, start working on these things, you will find the no, I am to what is that? So you are the developer. Who is the developer? Okay, you are going to go on my way. Let's drop this. We don't make it. I mean, we're a position of 5. Okay, forget about this. It's taking too long. If you have set it up and you know you to register it, drop it. No, Victoria, So you are selecting. So you remember the idea, so you are able to answer this question. Yeah, like, I mean, you remember what you have to say with the customer, with the retailer.
I guess pretty good nowadays. Not yet.
So you are a company. Okay, now we know what you are. can you feel the center which is yeah, receiving one, two, they only need to know the trends, they don't need the data. Yes. Which data do you need? Imaging, DNA, histology. Got it? Let's start with the data. Image the data. That's it. Don't allow the yeah, the first slide, on the first slide, seems to me you need a clinical part. So I will start saying that you are looking for it. Then about the image, Yes, okay. Ian, you can get events. So you can write that you can download, you can get data from this archive, which is it is complicated to get it now, just take an event from say to there. But at least you know where we are going to what's that question? Oh, you're seeing just take over. Concept progression. They have generated PDAs. The base case, then the solution plus on everything. There are, some are after section, some are doing there. Well, I can consider you a 5-year presentation. So you just say, you feel your presentation, say, oh, I get that up here, and later you see maybe here and stuff. And as an example, you should work a 5-year even this Minister of Health and all those days. So that we really will see these things, so we know have some basics. That's it. Maybe also say a few words about the fact that which trends will ask. So this is real, you know, for yourself, for yourself, money. So in the end, that program, we have a Anyway, we have in 2 hours we have the presentation. So yeah. Can you make it? No. And you can make one. So we are doing that. We're not having a step back. Why our is the news. But we can see we have a job on today. But we can also say like, we are 5, we are 6, we are applying this very realistic. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but before that, let's go back to
You mean writing HTML? No.
You can just, so you change the.
They don't have time to learn HTML.
I don't agree.
No, they don't want to.
I'm sure that.
No, it's very the website. One page. Yes, indeed. That's great. 1 hour and now. Describe how the service. Yes, so that's and how you get money.
Because I have the numbers here. No. The number. And one thing I also read out that this is the how these things actually
So if you basically are looking at this down and create something like this. So you are making it simple. And then also, so maybe a title. So just think of different things. Yeah, let's really start.
those images you have. So just try and lowering those areas of
Based on that, they try to predict Click on the buttons. Alex, presentations before dinner. What time do you have a presentation? 5.
1 hour.
From 5.
At 5 we start.
Oh.
Huh? Okay. At 5 we do the presentation, at 6 we finish. Maybe before dinner is just some water. But it's not urgent. Even after. Finish by 6. One hour and 5 minutes.
Am I right? But at least, okay, so this one, this, okay, the human. Yes. I'm consuming try to analyze it.
Some of you is like several prototypes, like clients and 5. Maybe you divide what you're doing and do this. I mean, if you're getting a train, you don't have a train.
So I don't like saying
Yeah, actually. Okay. You were saying that these might be potentially follow up with apart from this, we are fixed with time. No, that's more the start. You mentioned David Stern. There is just not many years. I can put in contact with you, but also Francis. Francis is also in business with you. Yeah. Less than an hour left. Anyway.
And then when I found it, it was we said all the biggest ones, but we can say academic library. No, there is already yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So I okay. One thing to come here. Yes, that's what I mean.
Yes.
Okay, for the short term,
that kind of tells you which part you should try to do, like, there's all
Funding. Money. Where do you get money? This way you are. You want to skip something or? You have 45 minutes. You get why it's called Hackathon? You get why it's called Hackathon? Because it's a marathon. You're so destroying it. Yeah. That's what is If someone this one wants to be interviewed or wants to mention them here when they are starting the other activity. So, like in 2 days, they will start the big app in London. They want to have like the opposite, like on one, they need one. And I think she was saying some people they did like gain their experience and use the features that they can. This is a small text. It's called ground shot. Okay. We also use this thing to present PowerPoint, you can see which makes together. And we have already how much is going how much money do we need?
Wow, yeah, that's yeah. Okay, so they
funding
is not very good.
new original kitchen. So for us, we have to look at the motivation to have data
And your data are like just by interview, like you go around and.
No, it's good at data, but it's more fun for research purposes and you need to have evidence before you have.
Research purpose. This is research purpose. Permit, which permit is I believe that maybe Okay, it's time to try something. So it's actually finally, it's from this guy. Now, you're one Okay. Yeah, that's a Puma. I'm sure about that. Are we now? Maybe it's small. Or maybe just yeah, one. And research the files The thing is combining as well. Change the name. What's the name of this thing? Any Android with the cable? Or you just go to this. Oh, it's not. This is and that. We have 15 minutes.
Okay, just
You have a solution, you know, exists, but you don't know what to say. It's normal. I do asking how much the agreement is for the lawyer. Exactly. So the net, you know. So the glory, the fame. Like all these things. Time is up, but 5 minutes. Because you are 5 people. These guys are 3. Okay, these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, they are the first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, these are all of them are 6. I can see 6 people. Okay, these are 6. These are. They are not 6. Are you 5 or 6?
Really?
Yes.
We are 7 just 5.
Wow.
Can you explain to me? I'm a bit lost.
Only 2 of these are
Only one of these?
yes, Shena and Fred.
And what happened to the others?
Some of them are not actually taking the course.
And
About 0 of them are not taking the course.
so why did they sign up?
So now
Danny, George, Danny, Rosa, Eva. Where are these people? Where is Eva? Where is Eva? Like, where is Eva? Okay, you're the first. So Nicholas, Seth, and Baldwin. Okay, this I see. Okay. No, maybe not. Nicholas.
Yes,
Carmela, Sheena, Joshua, you're only two. Okay, but I follow what's here, so you're 6 for me, you start.
everything was
Okay, time is up, time is up, time is up, time is up. Time is up. We are starting. How will we do this? Send me your link. Send the link to me, to my address. Okay. So thank you for coming. See you later. You can help me. Some stuff. I'm leaving tomorrow for a while, so I'm not, maybe I come back for a while, I'm not sure. Yeah. I hope that maybe one of these ideas will be useful for you and even you. Okay. Yep.
Everyone, I'm leaving. Sorry, I have to head out before we get started. It was a pleasure meeting you all. I wish you all the best with these projects. Hope you can really go forward with them and build them for real. And I'm here if you ever need me. I guess I could leave my card or something.
You can send a presentation in the meanwhile. To which email? I see, Kunda. But you are not the first.
No.
No, where are the others?
Are you still on?
Stephen?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to see these guys. Danny, George, Penny, Carmel, Nicholas. Okay, the first one is this group. Danny, George, Penny, Emma. Can you send it immediately? Okay, I have it.
first one.
They have the first one.
Guys. The first group. Family. Danny, George, Elizabeth, right? Yeah, all. Who is presenting?
You can come together all.
You can all come together.
Which one is it?
And from George. No, not what's the name?
Which one is it? George Bala?
George Bala, yeah.
I like the name. I like the name. It could be more. Yeah, I know that. Okay, Josh. Is it working? Yes. What's the name of the team? Water distillers. Okay. Attention, this is water distillers. That means.
I'm just representing the water distillers group. We are targeting the high school science laboratory in the central region of Ghana, and we have realized a problem, a common problem in science schools. Remember, science is one of the major solutions to Africa's problems, but during the teaching, we need to use one of the ingredients in teaching science subjects is distilled water, especially during volumetric analysis in chemistry, which is one of the most important subjects, and biology too. So, almost all schools in Ghana have science laboratories, of course. And that's why we are so much interested, because we have a wide scope of markets. And then also, most science schools actually buy this distilled water at a very high cost. So our major goal and our major aim is to provide the water at a subsidized rate. First of all, we want to manufacture it locally using local materials, because the process is actually very easy. Yes, we need local containers where we can boil the water and then condense it using pipes which are placed in cold water. So it's a very easy process. So as much as we can produce the water at a low cost, we can disperse it to science laboratories in our reach at a very subsidized rate. And then we realize that over 70% of the schools in Ghana have science laboratories, and actually they need to carry out science practicals, of course, in order to enhance the science teaching. And then we have something about the solution overview. We aim to produce distilled water locally. In the locality, for example, we are targeting central region. So we want to produce it within the central region and then provide it to the schools in our reach near central region. Because most schools actually, when they need the water. They have to travel to Accra, purchase it, and you know the transport costs. So we are hoping that if we have it made from this region here, the central region, then we can sell it at a lower cost for the schools to benefit and the students to learn. And of course, we shall be enhancing science, we shall be better in Africa. And we realize that one of the way we are going to have our solution work is to enhance the accessibility of the water, the distributed water, which I have explained already. So, why is it unique? Remember, we are doing it locally, using local materials, using local energy. We can use biogas from the waste around the beach. We can use locally made charcoal to boil the water. We can use solar energy by just allowing the water to heat up in the sunshine and give off the water vapor and allow the water vapor to cool to give us the distilled water. And then, how will it be different from other people? So we are hoping to provide it at a lower cost because we are using a lower cost of production. And why is it important now? So this is the point, it's the prime point in life where we need science to be enhanced. How are we going to enhance it? At schools. So how are schools going to enhance it? They need the ingredients. One of them is distilled water. So that's why it's very important at this point in life. So, and then how it works, I'm going to welcome one of my colleagues who are coming to pick up from there, who will also welcome the rest of us to continue the things. Thank you very much for this session.
Thank you for listening to this product of apps. How it works, step one, and the region we have chosen is a region full of seawater. So the moment we boil our water, the salt will not have any effect on our distilled water. So we fetch water from the sea, take it to our plants, laboratories. We use local equipment. So like our container, can use firewood, gas, charcoal, water distilled. Then in step two, we use little storage materials to store our distilled water. So then we supply them to schools. Then the schools can now make use of them in their laboratories. So designing better for inclusive sustainability, humanitarian technology. So how is our solution inclusive? So we work in consultation with high schools to assess the need of the seawater in their laboratories, that we take their needs. And maybe before they are having a short supply, so we give them as much as they needed, so make it accessible to them. How our product creates more sustainable solution in this area. The solution is sustainable since there is available of seawater, that is, there is room for continuity. Once we started, there is no barrier. So since most thing we need is water, and we only look for how we get light or make fire to boil our water more often. So either working towards converting solar energy or making use of the biogas materials which we can easily gather our dogs, generate gas from there. The still water is used for practicals in the science laboratory, as we rightly mentioned. We wish to collaborate with other partners, okay, which we have also mentioned, like the waste industry. We get their waste to make and to generate energy to boil our waters. All right, I invite Rebecca to run it up.
Actually, we
Yeah, but so we couldn't include so these are the roles that we play in the company. We have mathematicians, assistants, and then George being our chemist to help them so that we can obtain clean water and make sure that the distilled water is appropriate and then we can compete to the market as well. So this is all that we have.
Well, actually, that's it. That's okay. So we have time for questions.
Okay, welcome. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? No, it seeming a good project, so you can ask questions or comments. Let's finish. We mention of using biogas and solar energy to part of your process. But in Africa, we know that energy is a huge problem. And the cost of solar energy and biogas is a huge cost. Very low these costs, at the end of it, you get to sell the solar water. You get to get some financial sustainable. Okay, for the case of solar energy, we don't actually think of using solar panels, but we think of just, for example, use a glass container and then allow the solar, the sun energy to heat up the water and then cause it to evaporate, because all we need is the water to evaporate. So as the water heats up in the sun, then we can then trap the water vapor to condense it and make it into distilled water. So we can use it alongside other means of energy, not only it. Then for the case of biogas, we can see, we may not begin with it. So we may begin with other sources, but as we expand, we can bring it in.
Okay, but I'm in a sense of one. It looks like all the team members are technical members. How are you going to market your project? This one, your product. How are you going to? Because I see statistical analysts, mathematical analysts, mathematicians, and George the chemist. And then Oluwa, what's your role? So
what was going to be the marketing process? The bit of the market, people want to finance, and
then you said that you want your product differentiation. I start to be creative. Your product differentiation is only cost. You are going to bring the cost down. That is what I mean. So in the market competition, you are looking at only cost as a product differentiator. Am I right?
No, we have also
what are the other?
We have also the accessibility, because most of them go for this water in Africa. And sometimes, because of the lack of accessibility, they end up using the tap water instead of distilled water in the battery. And also, we aim at producing high quality water.
But have you checked the market to see whether there's no market within the central region?
Like, check where there's no market?
Oh, distilled water.
Yeah, we anticipate that there is market because most schools have to use distilled water. Yes, doing research practical.
Okay, last question. Assuming this is not a problem because it's you cannot sell it, how do you want to continue this project after the hackathon? How do you want this project to continue after today?
So we want it to go into a global project, not only in Ghana, but extending to other African countries.
Yeah, but how? How practically?
After this project, after today, if you want to make it a live project, something that you want to really ground it, how do you want to bring it into real life situation?
Like, we want to form a collaboration, then set up a factory which can actually to set up some like a plant which will be manufactured in this distributed large scale, in a larger scale than we are beginning. They enhance the science, not just to outdoor. This is just a small thing that we have, but in the future, we wish to expand this and create for fun. Because this is actually a very prominent project that we can even expand to other parts of Africa. For example, we have seen over here that science is not practical. Science is theoretical. So in the future, we can even advise aims to become practical so that students are able to see what you need.
Okay, assuming I'm a donor, I have cash right now. How do you convince me to come into it?
We'll convince you using what you look at what you have done, because as we are studying it now, we'll be able to provide in schools, and you will see our way what we'll be doing. Yes, so that will motivate you to go ahead and do it. And the role of science in the community, the empowerment of girls, we need to develop the science, and this student is very important. So that's why we can convince the donors, because science in Africa is very important, and we need this as one of the ingredients.
Okay, thank you. Miracle will maybe give you some feedback or no? Later. Okay, Carmel and I forgot who was that. This? Carmel and the other 6 people. Huh? But is this a presentation? Water purification? No. So which one is it? Ah, okay. Okay, it's yours. Guys. You can start. Go.
Okay, hello, good evening. Okay, good evening. We are here to present on using natural resources for innovations in our communities, and we'll be targeting using solar energy for solar dryers, and our dryers are for the fishing communities. And since you are in Bureau, we want to start from the Bureau. And the problem is that most countries, or most developing countries, have problems with harvest losses and with harvest processing of meats. And as a result, a lot of food gets wasted. And our project is meant to actually curb this crisis. Okay. And there are actually technologies available to curb this crisis, but these technologies are very expensive. Looking at the price of a solar dryer can, a fisherman in Brewer patronizes such a solar dryer. So our aim is to actually use locally available materials in the community and use natural resources that we are blessed with to actually curb this crisis. Okay, so as I've said, we use natural resources and local materials available. We have solar energy. And we're also looking at the standard of the livelihoods of the people. They cannot afford solar dryers that are produced outside. And we want to look at why this solution is made. As I've said, there are actually technologies available, but they're expensive. The local folks also have their own ways of actually processing foods, but they are not hygienic, they are not very efficient, and they are unhealthy for us. Okay, so it is very necessary that we come up with a solution now so that we avoid the wasting of foods and unhealthy processing of our foods.
And then as
okay, so for the step, what we came up with is a model, but unfortunately we could not draw it. So I'd like to draw it here. So we came up with a model, but we could not draw it. So this is how our model would look like. The solar dryer. It's the normal old solar dryer. So we just have a wooden box. A wooden box which looks like this. And you just create a shelf in it where you can put the fish. And you also put mirrors at the base of the shelves. And these mirrors are intended to reflect the sunlight back to the fishes so that we can dry the fishes more efficiently. Okay, so talking about the design, we don't need a lot of technical expertise to actually use this. Actually, they use similar things, so when it comes to the usage, they can easily use it. And looking at maintaining this device, we have mirrors around which we can easily get access to. For this wooden box, we have boots and we have carpenters, local carpenters, which can easily mold something for us. Our doors and our other constructions, so we can easily get the nets to actually construct this thing. So this thing is actually feasible. We can actually construct it. It's like, so this are the milestones that we've set for ourselves. We are able and we are actually planning and putting ideas together. And sorry, this is a mistake. So, okay, so we may try if it's successful, then we try to pilot it in Grower. Then in July.
next week.
Okay.
Next week. Yes. Of course, you want to get started as soon as possible.
Then we follow up and we follow up on the pilots and see if there is any modification that we need to make to our model. And if we see that it's successful, then we try to actually implement the idea and the technology in other communities around us. In January 2017, we will see whether we'll be able to extend it to all Christian communities in Ghana. So that's basically what we have.
Let's just time for questions. Okay, how do you want to continue this project after today?
After today, so in that sense, this is a great technology, and I think it is in line with United Nations.
No, okay. Literally, practically. You start your essay phase, you will be busy. What is going to happen to this?
We will try to sell our idea to other people who are interested to get on board. Support that time.
So definitely, I see this as something that is very close to us. I was just living, and it's cost effective, right? So, as giving back to our community, can't we that I feel the cost if you want to even start with your one, cannot be more than 100 things. Depending on the size of the box, and then the mirror that you want to put in place. So it is feasible to start, test it, and if it works, we can just give it to the local community. Teach them the basic principles involved to keep in the hygienic factor for them to process their fish. So I think it's something that we can do.
We can't hear you.
One second. Start from the beginning.
And I would like to join some family that if you want to
Where do you start getting this?
actually for so many times, and I don't know where it's letting that go to. Maybe it's something that is really from the grass. Just try to because it's not very nice to see actually so many times instead of activation just now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, can I say something to that? Do you know why he's actually saying actual? Because what we are discussing here is an actual fact, and it's something that is visible.
Question 4? Okay, thank you. So was the Jan, Stefan, Philomena one that no, it's not the cancer, the epilepsy team. Yes. Where is it? Ah, I see. Oh.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, may I have your attention? Okay, thank you for the note. Our team is a team epilepsy. Stephen, we have Liam, we have Rachel, we have Vin, and then we have Philomena. Okay, we have identified a problem. What we are looking at is a research work that we want to do. And we are looking at trying to study epilepsy. Now, before I introduce the problem and what we hope to do, I'll tell you what epilepsy is. Epilepsy, in short, is a brain disorder. And it happens, how many of us have heard of epilepsy before? Okay, thank you. Epilepsy is a common medical and then social disorder or group of disorders with unique characters in the brain. So in short, as I said earlier, it's a brain disorder. Now, with our small findings that we've done, we've come to realize that epilepsy is high in low-income earning countries than in high-income earning countries. And then it's because of, we have just learned that because of some geographical locations. So our research finding, we want to try and look at what factors really influence epilepsy in the, like, what factors really influence epilepsy geographically. So we are trying to look at the factors, the geographical factors that influence epilepsy in certain regions as compared to other regions. I hope I'm getting the facts right. Okay. If I get something wrong, I'll call in of our colleagues to help me do that. Okay. Now the problem that we have obtained from the existing systems, existing research is that there's a significant gap in the treatment and then diagnosis. There is a marked difference between availability and then accessibility of anti-epileptic treatment including the perception that a large proportion of the total health care resources may be based on treatment for a relatively small proportion of the population. And then another thing is affordability of treatment, as in going through the treatment of when you have the epilepsy and what you have to go through before finally you are cured. Now, which people will be the beneficiaries of our project? We are looking at information. This information will benefit health policy makers and then public health and other people, as you can see from here. Now, this is a statistic showing the causes, the major causes of epilepsy as we by WHO, that is World Health Organization. And we can see, I hope you can see very well. We can see very well, right? But we have trauma things that happens in the brain. We have the minimum cause here by the number here. Really see that is parasitic, yes. So we'll try and get a very clear view for our next presentation. But this is just giving you a sketch of the causes of epilepsy. Now, let's come to what our project is trying to do here. Now, we have a geographic representation of epilepsy in countries, in continents. We have Africa, we have the Americas, we have South Asia. But this thing here, there's a breakdown of it, and we have it here. And we can see a higher percentage in these two regions here. That is the two low-income continents meshed together here. That is the highest places. So we want to see what factors are causing epilepsy to be more eminent in these regions. Could it be that there is a geographical something that is happening to where you are located is what is causing more rise in epilepsy, or any other regions, or something, other factors that may be contributing to this? Okay. Now, a little background with the existing research that we did. We have come to realize that there's a total of 43,704 people with epilepsy who are reported from 108 countries, covering about 85% of the world's population. That is according to WHO. And then the mean number of people with epilepsy per 1,000 population ranging from that number there in high income and this number in low income countries. So that is where we still studies using standardized definitions. Okay, so our call on going to talk about the solution that we are providing.
So with the help of the researchers around, we came up with a statistical model to be able to understand exactly the problem that we presented. So we were looking at neuroepidemiology, which is basically the study of the distribution of a disease in a particular location or how it is spreading among people. So the model that we came up around was called a logic model. So this model you're looking at is supposed to predict whether someone has epilepsy or not. And it is a very simple model, which is a linear model with what we call a spatial stochastic, and this is the error term. So the spatial stochastic is supposed to be able to to include the geographical factors that we are talking about, because there are things that you probably think that as the highest causes of epilepsy is infection of the brain, but there are other factors like low-income areas, the geographical factors that you want to look at. So that is why we included the spatial stochastic distribution. And why is our solution unique? The solution is unique because of the inclusion of the factors that we are including in the causes of epilepsy. If you look at the highest causes, we have, like the first one is prenatal health care. One of the causes of someone getting epilepsy is when, say, a baby is born, but very poor conditions to where the baby was born. Sometimes the baby is probably dropped down, or there is not enough care, or the baby was born prematurely before their time, so there is not enough care, and the circulation of oxygen to the brain, if it's short to the baby, there is going to be epilepsy later on. And nutrition, there are causes of epilepsy such as having a stroke later in life. So if you take care of your lifestyle and nutrition, you're going to avoid such kind of epilepsy. And another thing we talked about was race. We found out that there are genetic combinations in different races that cause epilepsy.
So all these geographical or other factors that you're including on our model is going to redefine our model very clearly to be able to explain exactly what is the clear definition and diagnosis of epilepsy. And we also discovered that there are a lot of untrained medical personnel, and if we can raise awareness after creating this model and be able to explain very well to people how this, if someone is diagnosed early before they reach a clinical stage, then epilepsy can be able to be reduced down in low-income areas. So these were our limitations. I looked out in all places and we could not be able to find definite data to be able to analyze. And also another thing is funding. And this is the breakdown of funding: equipment for analysis, software, computations, and medical machines. And with the advice from researchers around, we were able to know that you can be able to apply to funders like Bill and Melinda Gates research to be able to continue with this research further. And this is the timeline that we have. If we are able to collect data from all these medical institutions, and then with the help of other people and my colleagues, we can be able to build a model, analyze it, and apply the results. And then when we can redefine this model and be able to, when it's working, then we can be able to redistribute it to the target market that we have. And the team we have Steve Young, myself, Ben, Rachel, and Philomena. And this is inclusive of mathematicians, computer scientists, statisticians, and economists. So statisticians, mathematicians are going to help in creating the model, computer scientists in computerizing it, and economics to deal with the finance and everything. Thank you very much.
Questions? Don't run away. Questions?
Yes.
Okay. My first question is on the data.
Yes.
You were able to find data on the number of people, the total number of people who have epilepsy around the world from who.
Yes.
So I think who will have data on these specific countries who have, because they have these specifics put together to get the total amount. So data is available only in sexual. Secondly, on the model. Secondly, on the model, it shows latent regression. And I wanted to know on your expansion, is it going to be categorical or more categorical data in that aspect, or it's going to be continuous data?
So the first part of the question you are asking if we can use the data to make it into.
It's basically like the same they have schema, they have specific.
So they said they collect the data, but the data they collected is not connected with the normal standard for data for research. Exactly, that was a significant. Exactly.
Can I put some suggestions? Most of the times, health data are not specifically collected for research purposes, but these data could be filtered for a particular purpose you want to say. So the data might not be specifically as built for research, but you can filter it to get the needed information. Since you're able to get the total number, you can filter the data to get the needed.
Okay, well, let me tell you, I stand to be corrected. I'm just seeing it in the lens of the Ghana, that they are trying to scale the project down on regional basis. For instance, if they are studying Africa, the geography of Africa, so then the data, maybe they can go to WHO, it's general, but specifically, still till a region, they may not get it. So now they will go do the data analysis, go to health providers and causes of epilepsy, looking at people in lower earning incomes. Then they can pick up that data, and as our mission wants to be, we want to get into there. So I think to add to this, I think I have enjoyed you. I would like to get more of what you've done and discuss with Wilfred, and all of you are invited to come to it.
About the model.
Wait on.
If it's something in 10 seconds, yes. Otherwise, if it's
The special stochastic variable, it doesn't cover the geographical location. It covers something random about the individual. We want to make this person is epileptic or not. So if you want to apply this model, you let someone with, you think the person is epileptic, so you pick something random about this person. Say they have a head injury. Did they say get this condition before? That is the special stochastic variable. And then those other location variables and individual variables catered for in the linear predictor, which is the xi, which was in our model.
Which one is it?
okay. Thank you. Okay. They are following us. They're listening. They're watching us. They're watching.
Yes. So this is a group drop, and we are looking at early menopause. So our audience is all females that have already started their menstrual cycles, and this is something that's inevitable. Every woman will experience it. So basically, what we want to do is to look at how we can make them be aware and maybe be able to track if they're approaching menopause and see if there are any changes in the lifestyle that they can make to maybe prevent it from happening earlier than it should. So early menopause, usually it happens below, if you're below the age of 40, yeah, I think somewhere in the 30s and 20s, that's considered early menopause. So our solution was to create an app which we load with information that has to do with early menopause, and then this app will take in this information like maybe nutrition or some causes, and then what it's supposed to do is supposed to ask the user a few things maybe about their nutrition, some sicknesses that they've had, some treatments they've undergone, and then with the information we load it with, it will try to analyze if they are at risk or if they might experience it, and then try to suggest a few solutions. So our solution is unique because most apps that we found on early menopause, or rather menopause, most apps were just talking about cures and how to overcome it, some emotional support, and there was one where it was just a top forum. So what we want to look at is maybe be able to give some small prediction of whether you're going to experience it, and then see how you can change your lifestyle. And if you need to see a doctor, you do that. And why now? Well, it's important for every woman, and since we have not seen this yet, we thought, why not start it now? So I'll call Elizabeth to just tell you how it goes.
Thank you. This is how it works. For now, we've been able to get half. So just log into you open the app. So once you open it, you get some information. Questions to answer. The question is about symptoms of early menopause. So by the time you fill the information, we process, then actually we've not come up with the real app, but we've come up with something that's very similar, and we are hoping to develop it.
So they have to do the job. So they have to. No, keep them.
Okay.
So what's another comment?
Okay, so lastly, designing for data inclusive sustainable. So this app basically is something that every woman should be able to use. It should give a brief history of early menopause, maybe just some information that will be supportive, and then it will ask the user a few questions about their nutrition, if they've had maybe some treatments like chemotherapy, that would be a cause, and other issues that have to do with early menopause. And then after that, it should be able to just give a simple analysis and maybe a few suggestions on nutrition and other things. And how we can incorporate it. It's something that doesn't need much funding. It's just something that we can create on our computers, but maybe how to distribute it to the population and the rural areas and everyone. Maybe that's where we might need a few funding, but it's something that's not expensive. You can do it on a computer.
Your salary?
Our salary? No salary involved. It's just something that we want to do to give out, yes, for information. Thank you. Yeah, that's all.
Questions?
I don't know whether you use this app for registration on the phone. Those sometimes when you use it and then you follow the procedure with the date and the following month you end up getting different results than what you experienced. So I don't know whether you guys are putting those things in consideration. But maybe your app might have some complications whereby the person might not even have them, but the result the app will be bringing will detect that maybe the person has menopause or may not be having it. So sometimes those things results and that are not true. So I don't know how people will be able to convince people to appreciate or like what you guys are bringing.
Okay, as to menstrual cycle apps, I think most of them are kind of limited, and the moment you enter the date, because depending on when you had your last cycle, it will just try to analyze from there. But with this one, at some point in life, obviously you're bound to change your nutrition or you're bound to undergo some treatment that you might have not had before. So each time you fill in information, it's not going to be the same, and unless maybe you say you fill it in today and tomorrow, but it's not going to be the same because your life is not the same all the time. It's not something dependent on your menstrual cycles, something that's maybe say constant. It's something that revolves. Your nutrition is not the same every day. Then the diseases you have sometimes, maybe the treatment you undergo, if say today you didn't have chemotherapy before and maybe in a few years you have it, it's going to affect the results. I don't know if I've answered the question.
I have something to say. Earlier on, we talked about statistics that even your diagnosis from the hospital are not 100%, you're not 100% sure of it. Everything is under probability. So it's under probability. Definitely, they have to have a lot of symptoms or results or whatever. So those are like bring some pattern recognition. It's going to put some things together to be probably as a work shade of scenario investigation. I believe you are raising an alert, right? When you go through and you answer all these questions, you are not paying the doctor's rule. At the end of the day, you are trying to confirm somebody's advice. Am I going through this? Then see the doctor for further diagnosis.
Chia goes. Hey, you got that ball? I like the comment. The questions from the public are interesting. From the audience. Okay. Because you are not on Slack. Okay, never mind. So with the next with the last Nick Rodalin said, you are finally the water people, right? Yeah. This. What is this?
Nicola is fine.
All right, good evening to you all. We are introducing you to WPRCS. And what it means is Water Purification Rural Community Service. What actually we want to do is to really give back to society after AIMS. So we decided to try and create something for the remote areas. That will purify their water for them. And our target area was at Nandong. I know it is not familiar, the name doesn't really sound familiar to you people. But water being essential to life, this assertion has been really proven to be true. We know that we have to really use it in its rightful way. So when you go to Nandong, Nandong is located at the Upper West region in Ghana. And they boast of having over 500,000 plus people. But the availability of water to them is really scarce. They have just 26 boreholes. So majority of them tends to the rivers or streams for what? For ready access of water. So what we actually wanted to do is try and use the resources available to them, try and create something so that that particular initiative or project that we will do will purify what? The water for them. So this is how we wanted to do it. We wanted to use their own clay. We will mold it in a cylindrical form and pass it through fire like the way they prepare the earthenware. Normally we call it a sanka, to harden it, and we'll place it in 4 layers. We'll connect it to their barrel. We'll use a tube to connect it to their barrel. So when they fetch the water and pour it in their barrel, the water will move from their barrel to our clay, or what we've done, our filter. And because the filter is in 4 layers, when the water enters into it, the first layer is made up of a foam. The first side, the one that connects the tube to the filter, there is a net there to filter maybe any leaf or wood that they might have fetched from what? The river. So that particular aspect will be left in what? In the barrel. So when the remaining water enters our filter, it now passes through the 3 what? Layers for it to further what? Clarify any minute particle that will be seen. So we really wanted to start now because of the increase in waterborne diseases that has been of rampant at the northern side. And when we commence now, we'll be able to get rid of it. And that's how we were going to do it. So as I said, we have a barrel. They will fetch water, they will go to the riverside or stream, fetch the water, pour it in the barrel, and we have to connect the barrel to our filter, the one that will help them move. And when it enters into it will pass it through the 3 layers. The first layer taking care of the leaf and the wood, as I said, and any other particles in that 3 aspects of it. And so the final aspect, because we are doing it in an open space with the light rays from the sun, we have what we call the solar distillation. It will also take care of the other minute particles that will be left in the transparent plastic that is what? Outside the building. We saw that they are also into it, African Water Faculty, Fresh Water, and our initiative were really inspired by Pure Home Water. They are into this project, they started, but we also want to help them since they cannot take care of their whole country. When we partner with them, together we can do it. And for us to be able to achieve this successfully, we need someone who educates the people. So we have Nicholas, who is a mathematical educationist, and to get at least some statistics data, we have 3 strong statisticians. We have Baldwin, we have Rhodalend, and we have Seth. And to check our networks that everything is in place, we have Peter to help us, and also Bernard Fajna, who is an economist, to really take care of our cost, our transportation, and other stuff that we would incur. But actually, we didn't really do this. And these are some of the questions we expect the people to ask us when yeah. Okay, get it. So basically, this is what we really want to do to give back to the society. We really have some pictures to show. We send it. I don't know if okay, so this what is happening there, and this is the problem that we are trying to solve. So this is just one of it. Then the process of doing that we really want to check. So I'll call Bernard to come and take us through this process.
You have like 30 seconds.
Okay, it's just going to be straightforward. Most of these communities have these barrels already where they fetch water into it. So you build this filter made out of clay, which are 3 layers of sieves. First one is the net, second one is going to be a full, and the third one is going to be a cotton. This sieve is built completely on this sieve so that there's no oil impurities that will come back into it. When they get down there, this water is purified in terms of filtered from particles. But we have some tablet which is already available, Aquatab, which purifies water. We put it in there to purify the water. There's a tap that goes out for the fetch the water. And lastly, this process is done in the daylight, so it deals with something called solar distillation. Okay, thank you.
It's just curiosity. Why now? Well, we have lots of water issues here at Shigua. When you see just our immediate communities, even taking water from residents, we see the why you travel all the way to the north.
Because our capable other group members were also trying.
You are being distilled water. This one you are being focused. Something that is very big.
Nando is one of the communities we targeted.
They use lots of dates. That's
and the clay itself, is very easy and very accessible. Down here, we were looking at what kind of material can we use.
I was just thinking through the desalination. Yeah. So if there's something like that, how we can get our local community to benefit. We have a seed, but we cannot drink it. Can we desalinize it in a way using your best tools so that locals can also benefit from this that we have?
With the seed, the reason why, because it has this salt content in it, it's very costly processing it because you need more energy to evaporate the water so that the salt content you can leave it in there. The cost involved is going to be very high, and the whole idea is not about making profits. The main purpose of this thing is to educate the people on how these sample technologies can be done by them and used by them. Yeah.
So are you saying we can come up with any cost-effective methods of desalination? Cost-effective yet? Yeah, there's cost-effective methods of desalination.
There is.
Our communities, our coastal communities that still struggle with clean potable water.
It's possible to come up with some, but all needs. Sometimes you need some advanced technology or some investment, huge investment, which has to go in. But looking at where we are starting from, we are looking at using the local materials, what we have within the communities, what they can use in use.
That's what I'm saying. So I get the point that it's quite expensive to do desalination. But I think one of the goals of this hackathon is to come up with innovative solutions to some of our problems. And so maybe you just didn't consider it, but would it not be possible to come up with cost-effective, simple methods of communities in the coastal areas using materials they already have that are cheap, very easy to access, to desalinize the water they have?
Very short answers.
Okay. For now, our focus is just trying to purify the water they already have, which is not pure for them to use. So we can extend it later on to cover the seawater so that we can make that one also become.
Okay.
Okay. I cannot open it. I cannot open it.
Permission, share. Anyone with the link can give. Anyone with the link? You can refresh. Go back and click on it again. No.
Dinner time.
Alexander again.
Okay.
Good evening. Okay, so my name is Innocent Halima, and for our team, we're going to try and improve early detection and prediction of cervical cancer cases in sub-Saharan Africa. We noticed that cervical cancer is actually estimated to be high in Africa. And why is that? Because we find maybe we don't really detect the cervical cancer itself in the early stages. So a woman would be having it, but she would realize that she has cervical cancer when she has excessive bleeding. That's when she's able to go and visit the hospital to inquire. So cervical cancer just occurs when abnormal cells grow in the cervix. So you can't control the cell division; it's uncontrollable, and so it does take a lot of life. So what the method that we're trying to do here, we want to sort of improve the models that are there. Models have been created from models, but we want to sort of improve the models that are there to predict that a particular person has cervical cancer. And we will use different algorithms, the GMM, to try and actually, given an MR image, to see the cancer at early stages. And also, women do go for pap smear. So, given after, let's say, a diagnosis, we've gone for a pap smear, the doctor, if they use our algorithm, the doctor can detect the cervical cancer at early stages. So, I'm going to invite Amel to continue with it.
Okay, I'm going to talk about the solution. What is the solution that we have proposed? We have proposed to reduce those models that have been developed, and now we see what is in common in those models
And for the take the geographic area, which is Africa, we can see which assumption we can add or we can remove to have the data model who fit really with the African case. We can use those stochastic or deterministic model as a innocent said. After that, we try those our result to some data that can be collected. What our solution is unique because by checking online, we didn't see such model for African case. This is the first, and those use some solution that have been developed based on technological enforcement. Right now, because the evolution of science and technology allow it to go on, so we have some improvement in imaging. We have some improvement in medicine, and we have other improvement in mathematics. How is work? Improve the model of cancer cell proliferation, improve the model of HPV, which is human virus. Step 2, we will use the Russian mixture model algorithm for the training, and the step 2, we will do our simulation, prediction, and result. This is an example of image of the cervical cancer, and the two image we use actually is a Google image, and the people are using the cervical Gaussian mixture to explain how they can see the tumor. This is our team. We have the beautiful lady from Kenya, Innocenta. We have me, Ahmed, and our technician, Andrew. Okay, what is our part? First, we start our project on January 2017. Why? Because we are waiting for funding. In June, if we have those funding, we can start, and in June we can do the collection of some non-digital data and MI image. In October, we can test our algorithm. So you can ask what we should do between those periods. I will explain later. And October, we can start to test those algorithms developed on our model. In March 2018, we can give the result, and July is the complete of project. Thank you for that.
Questions, but quickly.
Yes.
Clarify what kind of data will be the for your algorithm, and also what will be the outputs.
Okay, so what we're trying to do is after we improve the model, because the existing models that are used to predict and detect the cervical cancer. So after we improve the model, what you see in the algorithm is the MRU. Okay, you will try to extract the features because say it's a papsmia. So the doctor is supposed to know these features look like there is a cancer there. So those features are the ones that are supposed to be into the algorithm, and it's because the algorithm has been improved, so it's supposed to actually detect
that, yeah, there's something that is not correct here, so let's have a look at it. And
Currently, do doctors are doctors able to look at an image and then say that this person has this cancer or something? Are they able to do it manually? And you want to be in the process of
okay, we're trying to automate it. Currently, let's say if it's a brain tumor, cancer, doctors can look at the image, they can do manual segmentation. But what we want to do now, we're trying to automate it. You see, if it's cervical cancer, you can either get a pap smear or the ultrasound. And the ultrasound is supposed to show if there is some swelling from the image, they're supposed to at least do some further studies to know if that thing is just because I think for women we sometimes have diseases that just go away. So yeah, so for these cases it's supposed to be automated. And
Other questions? We are destroyed. Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. I think we can stop the streaming on YouTube. No? Yeah. So, bye.